morning sun hung lazy and golden over the small garden behind the cottage, the kind of warmth that made magic feel unnecessary. Ron Weasley stood at the kitchen window, tea cooling in his hand, watching his daughter circle the rose bushes on a toy broomstick that hovered precisely 6 inches off the ground. Rose was 5. Her hair caught the light in shades of amber and copper. Weasley red, unmistakable, tied back in a ponytail that Hermione had plaited before leaving for the ministry an hour earlier. The broomstick beneath her wobbled as she leaned too far forward, overcorrecting with the fearlessness of someone who'd never truly fallen. "Higher, Rosie," Hugo's voice piped from somewhere near Ron's elbow. 3 years old, still in his pajamas patterned with tiny golden snitches, pressed against the window with both palms flat on the glass. His breath fogged the pain. "She's high enough," Ron murmured, though he knew Rose couldn't hear him. The enchantment on the toy broom was solid, George's work, naturally, but watching your child fly even 6 inches up did something peculiar to a father's chest. Rose had been begging for this since her birthday 3 months ago. Every Weasley gathering ended the same way, watching her cousins zip around the Burrow's orchard on their own toy brooms while she sat grounded, too young, according to Hermione's carefully researched safety guidelines. Ron had finally worn his wife down 2 weeks ago with what he considered impeccable logic. "She's going to be a flyer, love. Might as well let her fall now when it doesn't hurt as much." Hermione had given him that look, the one that said she was mentally cataloguing his argument to use against him later. But she'd relented, mostly because Ginny had backed him up, and Hermione rarely won flying debates against a professional Quidditch player. Now, watching Rose navigate the uneven air currents above the snapdragons, Ron wondered if he'd made the right choice. She listed left, overcorrected right, her small hands gripping the broomstick with white-knuckled determination. She looked so much like Ginny at that age, it hurt. All fierce concentration and reckless joy. "I'm going outside," Hugo announced, already padding toward the back door. "Stay on the porch," Ron called after him, still watching Rose. She'd made it past the herb garden Hermione had planted last spring. Lavender and rosemary, and something that was supposed to help with sleeping drafts, but mostly just smelled nice. The broomstick dipped as she turned too sharply. Ron's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously reached for it, but Rose righted herself, laughing, actually laughing, at the wobble. The sound carried through the open window, bright as the morning itself. "She's brilliant," Hugo shouted from the porch, bouncing on his toes. She was. She was also going too fast now, leaning forward like she'd seen Ginny do 100 times, forgetting that professional brooms and toys responded differently. The enchantment was struggling to keep up with her shifting weight. Ron could see it in the way the bristles shimmered, the magic adjusting and readjusting. "Rose, love, easy on the—" She banked left, hard, aiming for the gap between the garden shed and the fence. It was a space barely wide enough for the broom. Ron was already moving toward the door when he saw her expression change. The exact moment confidence became uncertainty. The broom clipped the shed's corner. Time did that strange thing it sometimes did, stretching like warm toffee. Ron saw Rose's hands lose their grip, saw her small body tip sideways, saw the herb garden rushing up to meet her. He was through the door, wand raised, the incantation forming on his lips. She hit the lavender with a sound that was part thump, part rustle, entirely sickening to a father's ears. "Rose!" Ron covered the distance in seconds that felt like hours, dropping to his knees beside the crushed herbs. Rose lay, tangled in the plants, one arm bent at an angle that made his stomach lurch. For a terrible moment, she was completely still. Then she moved, sat up, blinking in the morning light, lavender stuck in her hair. "That," she said, voice small but steady, "was fast." Ron's hands shook as he reached for her. "Don't move, sweetheart. Let me see. My arm hurts." She held it up, and Ron saw the scrape running from elbow to wrist, already welling with blood. A bruise was already darkening on her shoulder where she'd hit the ground. I know. Ron's mind raced through the healing spells he knew. He'd learned the basics at aura training years ago, but using them on your own child was different. His wand felt clumsy in his hand. "Hold still." "Is she okay?" Hugo's voice came from the porch, high and frightened. "She's fine," Ron called back, hoping it was true. He pointed his wand at the scrape, forcing his hand steady. "Episky." The spell took. Skin knitted together beneath the blood, the wound closing until only a faint pink line remained. Rose watched with fascination rather than fear. "Cool," she breathed. "Your shoulder now." Ron helped her shrug out of her cardigan, one of Hermione's mother's hand-me-downs, now probably ruined with grass stains, and examined the bruise blooming across her upper arm. Another episky. This one harder to cast because his throat had gone tight. The bruise faded to yellow, then to nothing. Rose flexed her arm experimentally. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Good. That's good." Ron sat back on his heels, suddenly aware that his heart was hammering against his ribs. "You scared me, Rosie." "Sorry." She didn't sound particularly sorry. Her attention had already shifted to the toy broomstick, lying 3 feet away in the ruined lavender. "Can I try again?" "Absolutely not." "But I almost had it." "Rose Granger Weasley, you are not getting back on that broom today." Ron heard his mother in his voice, that particular tone that meant the discussion was over. He softened it with a hand on her shoulder, the one that wasn't bruised anymore, thank Merlin. "You took a proper spill. Let's call it done for now, yeah?" Rose's face crumpled. For a moment, Ron thought she might cry, but she didn't. Instead, she crossed her arms, carefully, tenderly, and glared at the innocent broomstick. "I was getting good at it. You were getting reckless." Ron stood, offering his hand. She took it, letting him pull her to her feet. Lavender clung to her clothes, releasing its scent into the warm air. "There's a difference between brave and stupid, love. I should know. I've been both." That got a small smile from her. Hugo had crept closer during the healing, stopping just at the edge of the herb garden. His eyes were wide, fixed on his sister. "Did it hurt?" "A bit," Rose admitted. She brushed lavender from her hair, wincing slightly. "But Dad fixed it." "Mum's going to be cross," Hugo said solemnly. Ron couldn't argue with that. He picked up the toy broomstick, examining it for damage. The enchantment hummed under his fingers, perfectly intact. George's work really was excellent. "How about we don't mention this to Mum just yet?" "She'll see the lavender," Rose pointed out. "I'll fix the lavender. She'll smell it on me. We'll say you were helping garden. I'm covered in grass stains." Ron looked at his daughter, rumpled, dirt-smudged, smelling strongly of herbs, utterly matter-of-fact about the impossibility of hiding what had happened. 5 years old, and already she'd inherited Hermione's inconvenient relationship with honesty. Right then, he sighed, we tell your mum the truth, and I take the blame. It wasn't your fault, Rose said immediately. I was going too fast. Something in Ron's chest twisted. Doesn't matter. I'm the adult. I should have stopped you. I wouldn't have listened. Probably true. Ron guided both children back toward the cottage, one hand on each small shoulder. The toy broomstick dangled from his other hand, evidence of his questionable parenting decisions. Behind them, the herb garden looked like a small explosion had occurred. Hermione was definitely going to notice. Inside, Ron settled Rose on the sofa while Hugo climbed up beside her, maintaining a careful distance as though she might be fragile now. Ron fetched a damp flannel from the kitchen and gently wiped the remaining dirt and blood from Rose's arm. Tell me if anything still hurts, he said quietly. It doesn't. Rose watched him work with that steady gaze she'd had since infancy, the one that sometimes made Ron feel like she could see right through him. Are you angry? No, sweetheart, I'm not angry. You look angry. Ron paused, flannel hovering over her elbow. I'm scared, he admitted. That's different. Why? I'm fine now. How did you explain it? The way your heart stopped when your child fell. The immediate visceral understanding that you would do anything, literally anything, to keep them safe, and the equally immediate knowledge that you couldn't. Not always. Not from everything. Because you're my Rose, he said finally. And watching you get hurt is the worst thing in the world, even when I can fix it. Rose considered this. Mum says you fought in a war. I did. Was that scarier than me falling? Ron set the flannel aside and met his daughter's eyes, brown like Hermione's, curious like Hermione's, devastating in their innocence. No, he said honestly. This is scarier. 'Cause in the war, I only had to worry about myself. Now I have to worry about you and Hugo and your mum, and that's much harder. But you're good at it, Rose said with the absolute certainty of a 5-year-old. You fixed my arm. Basic healing spell, love. Your mum could have done it better. But Mum wasn't here. You were. Hugo nodded agreement, still silent but watching everything. Ron pulled Rose into a gentle hug, careful of her tender spots. She smelled like lavender and childhood and trust, and he had to close his eyes against the sudden sting in them. You gave me a proper scare, Rosie. Sorry, she mumbled into his shoulder. This time, she meant it. They stayed like that for a moment, Rose tucked against his chest, Hugo pressed against his side. Through the window, Ron could see the abandoned toy broomstick lying in the grass where he'd dropped it. 6 inches of flight, and it had nearly stopped his heart. How did his parents survive 7 children? That evening, after Hermione had come home and inspected Rose with the thoroughness of a healer, finding nothing wrong, thank Merlin, though she'd given Ron several meaningful looks. After dinner had been eaten and Hugo had been tucked into bed, Ron found himself sitting on the edge of Rose's mattress while she fought against sleep. Dad? Her voice was drowsy, muffled by the pillow. Can I try the broom again tomorrow? Ron's immediate instinct was to say no, to take the toy broomstick and lock it away, to wrap his daughter in protective charms and never let her do anything remotely dangerous again. But he looked at her, already half asleep, one hand curled under her cheek, brave and reckless, and so perfectly herself, and remembered being 11 years old on the Hogwarts Express. Meeting Harry Potter for the first time, he remembered every time he'd wanted to quit, to go home, to hide from the danger. He remembered staying anyway. "We'll see what your mum says," he said quietly. "That means yes," Rose mumbled and smiled. Ron stayed until her breathing evened out into sleep. Then he pulled up the sleeve of his own shirt and looked at his forearm in the lamplight. Faded scars crisscrossed the skin there, remnants of a chess game in his first year, of various magical mishaps, of a war that felt both recent and impossibly distant. He'd gotten every one of these trying things he probably shouldn't have tried, doing things he'd been scared to do, following his friends into danger because the alternative was staying behind. Rose had his recklessness. Hugo had his quiet uncertainty. They were both so young, so breakable, so utterly unaware of how thoroughly they'd rearranged his entire existence just by being born. Ron pressed a kiss to Rose's hair, still faintly fragrant with lavender, and whispered what he hadn't been able to say when she was awake. "Your mum will say I'm teaching you to be reckless. Maybe I am, but I think you're teaching yourself to be brave, and I don't know how to tell you not to be." She didn't answer, lost in whatever 5-year-olds dreamed about, probably flying. Ron stood carefully, easing off the bed without waking her. At the door, he paused, looking back at his daughter, scraped and bruised and healed, already dreaming of tomorrow's flight. He was going to let her try again. Not tomorrow, maybe, but soon, because stopping her would be like stopping water from flowing. And anyway, wasn't this what he'd wanted? Children who flew toward things instead of away from them. The toy broomstick was still in the garden. Ron could see it through Rose's window, lying in the grass like an accusation. He'd retrieve it in the morning, clean it up, check the enchantments, maybe lower the maximum height to 4 inches instead of 6. And then, because he was his father's son and his daughter's father, and apparently incapable of learning from experience, he'd probably let her fly again. Downstairs, Hermione was reading in the sitting room, her work files spread across the coffee table. She looked up when Ron appeared, marking her place with one finger. "Is she asleep?" "Finally. And you're all right." Ron sank onto the sofa beside her, suddenly exhausted. "I aged about 10 years today." Hermione set her book aside and shifted closer, tucking herself against his side. "She's fine, Ron. Children fall. It's how they learn." "I know. He stopped, struggling to articulate the feeling. "When I saw her go down, for a second I couldn't breathe. And I thought, this is it. This is what the rest of my life is going to be. Watching them do dangerous things and trying not to fall apart. Welcome to parenthood." Hermione's voice was dry but kind. "You think I don't feel that every time Hugo tries a new spell? Every time Rose climbs too high in a tree? You don't show it. Years of practice hiding panic behind logic." She tilted her head to look up at him. "You did well today. The healing charms were perfect. Basic stuff, done under pressure, with your daughter hurt and scared. That's not basic." She squeezed his hand. "You're a good father, Ron." He wanted to believe her, wanted to feel like he knew what he was doing, like he wasn't just stumbling through each day hoping he didn't break these small, perfect people who trusted him completely. Instead, he said, "She wants to try again tomorrow." "Of course she does. She's your daughter." "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" Hermione laughed, soft and familiar. You turned out all right, didn't you? Despite all the near-death experiences and reckless heroics. Jury's still out on that. They sat in comfortable silence, the cottage quiet around them. Somewhere upstairs, Rose was dreaming of flight. Hugo was probably dreaming too, peaceful in his small bed. Ron's family, safe under one roof, at least for tonight. Tomorrow, Rose would ask about the broomstick again. Hermione would probably want to add more safety charms. Hugo would watch from the porch, too cautious to try himself, but delighted to see his sister fly. And Ron would stand in the garden with his heart in his throat, watching his daughter chase the sky 6 inches at a time, hoping he was giving her what he'd eventually found for himself. The courage to fall and the certainty that someone would always be there to help her up again. The toy broomstick could wait until morning. For now, this was enough. Hermione warm against his side, their children sleeping soundly upstairs, the evening settling into night like a held breath, finally released. Ron closed his eyes and tried not to think about all the falls still to come. The Burrow announced itself half a mile before you could see it. The smell of Molly Weasley's cooking drifting on the Sunday afternoon breeze, thick with roasted chicken and something sweet that was probably her treacle tart. Ron slowed the car, a battered blue Ford Anglia that Arthur had finally convinced to stop trying to fly. As they turned onto the narrow lane leading to his childhood home. I can see it. Rose pressed her face against the window, leaving a smudge on the glass. At 7, she'd lost 2 front teeth and gained an impressive collection of freckles across her nose. Uncle George said he's got new products to show me. Uncle George always has new products, Hermione said from the passenger seat, though she was smiling. Try not to come home with anything that explodes, please. No promises, Rose sang out. In his booster seat, Hugo said nothing. He'd been quiet since they'd left the cottage, his small hands folded in his lap, staring out at the familiar Devon countryside rolling past. 5 years old now, with Weasley red hair that refused to lie flat no matter what Hermione did to it, and his mother's serious brown eyes. Ron caught his son's gaze in the rearview mirror. All right there, Hugo? A small nod. Not upset, just Hugo. Watchful and careful where Rose was all motion and noise, the Burrow came into view around the final bend, ramshackle and impossible, and home, listing slightly to the left as though the magic holding it upright had gotten tired sometime in the last century. Chickens scattered as Ron pulled into the yard. His father's muggle collection had expanded again. What looked like a toaster and several rubber ducks were arranged in careful rows near the shed. Everyone's here already, Hermione observed, nodding toward the cluster of broomsticks leaning against the side of the house. Ron recognized Ginny's firebolt, Harry's slightly newer model, and what had to be Percy's sensible clean sweep. Course they are. We're late. We're exactly on time. Your mother said 2:30. Mum says 2:30, but means 2 o'clock, love. You should know that by now. Rose was already out of the car before Ron had fully stopped, pelting toward the house with her cardigan flying behind her. Hugo unbuckled himself slowly, carefully, waiting for Ron to open his door. Come on then, little man. Ron lifted Hugo down, steadying him on the uneven ground. Ready for the chaos? Hugo looked up at the Burrow, windows blazing with light, voices already audible from inside, the whole structure humming with magic and family. and pressed closer to Ron's leg. "Hey!" Ron crouched down, bringing himself to Hugo's eye level. "You know what I used to do when Sunday dinners got too loud?" Hugo shook his head. "I'd hide in the ghoul's attic. Nobody ever looked for me there because nobody wanted to deal with the ghoul." Ron tapped his son's nose gently. "If you need a break today, you tell me. We'll find a quiet corner, yeah?" That got a small smile. Hugo took Ron's offered hand, and they walked toward the house together, Hermione trailing behind with the treacle tart she'd insisted on bringing, despite Molly's protests that she was making enough food to feed half of Ottery St. Catchpole. The kitchen was exactly as loud as Ron had anticipated. "Absolutely not, George. I don't care if it's mostly harmless. You are not giving pygmy puffs to—" "Oh, Ron, Hermione." Molly Weasley descended on them immediately, flour on her apron and love in her eyes. She pulled Ron into a fierce hug that smelled like home, cinnamon and magic, and the particular warmth that only mothers seem to generate. "You're late." "We're right on time, Mum." "Late," Molly repeated firmly, already moving to Hermione. "And you've brought tart when I specifically said—" "Oh, never mind. Hugo, sweetheart, come give your Nan a hug." Hugo allowed himself to be swept up, though Ron noticed how he clung to Molly's neck a bit tighter than usual, burying his face against her shoulder. The kitchen table was already groaning under the weight of Molly's preparations. Roasted chicken, boiled potatoes, 3 different vegetables, fresh bread, and enough pudding to sink a hippogriff. Arthur sat at the head of the table, tinkering with what appeared to be a rubber duck that quacked when squeezed. Percy and Audrey occupied the far end, their 2 daughters, 7-year-old Molly and 5-year-old Lucy, sitting primly with their hands folded. "Uncle Ron," Rose's voice carried from the sitting room, followed by a burst of laughter. Ron followed the sound to find his daughter already perched on George's lap, while his uncle demonstrated something that produced purple sparks. "Teaching her pyrotechnics, George?" "Color-changing charms, actually. Perfectly safe." George grinned up at him, still missing an ear, still whole despite the missing piece. "Rose has a real knack for wand work. Watch this, Rosie. Flick, swish, then—" Rose copied the wand movement George demonstrated with his finger, and the purple sparks turned gold. "Brilliant," George crowed. "Natural talent, this one." In the corner, Harry and Ginny sat with their own children, James, already a whirlwind at 6, and 4-year-old Albus clinging to Ginny's side. Lily wasn't born yet. That would come next year. Bill and Fleur had brought Victoire, Dominique, and baby Louis. The sitting room was wall-to-wall Weasleys and Weasley adjacents, exactly as it had been every Sunday of Ron's childhood. "Where's Hugo?" Hermione asked, appearing at his elbow. Ron turned to find his son standing in the doorway, watching the chaos with wide eyes. Before Ron could move, Victoire, Bill's eldest at 9, performed a casual wandless spell that made her glass of pumpkin juice float from the coffee table to her hand. "Show off," Bill said mildly, but he was smiling. "Papa taught me," Victoire declared proudly. Dominique, 7, immediately tried to copy her sister and managed to make her own glass wobble slightly. Ron felt Hugo shrink backward, pressing against the doorframe. "Dinner in 10 minutes. Molly's voice rang from the kitchen. "Everyone wash up." The next 10 minutes were controlled chaos. Children scattered to wash hands. Adults migrated toward the kitchen. Chairs scraped across worn floorboards. Ron kept track of Hugo through the commotion, watching his son navigate toward the quietest corner of the kitchen table. The seat next to Percy, ironically, who was already explaining something about cauldron bottom regulations to Audrey. Rose, predictably, claimed the seat between George and Ginny, already chattering about the color-changing charm. "She's going to be trouble at Hogwarts," Ginny predicted fondly. "I can already tell." "Takes after her aunt," Ron agreed, sliding into his own seat. Hermione sat beside him, and Hugo was 2 chairs down, half hidden behind Percy's bulk. Molly began distributing food with the efficiency of a general deploying troops. Plates filled, glasses topped up, bread passed hand to hand. The noise level rose accordingly, multiple conversations happening simultaneously, children's laughter mixing with adult voices, cutlery clinking against china. "Hugo, dear, you're looking thin." Molly paused behind Hugo's chair, frowning at his plate. "Let me give you more potatoes." "He's fine, Mum," Ron started. "Nonsense. Growing boys need proper meals." Another enormous scoop of potatoes landed on Hugo's plate. "And some more chicken. Hermione, you are feeding him, aren't you?" "Of course we're feeding him, Molly," Hermione said with forced patience. "He's just naturally slight." "Slight?" Molly sniffed. "The Weasley boys were always good eaters. Ron, you were twice his size at 5. Ron caught Hugo's expression, a mixture of embarrassment and something that might have been shame. "Different kids grow differently, Mum. He's perfectly healthy." But Molly had already moved on, and the conversation shifted to Quidditch. Ginny was midway through describing the Harpies' latest training strategy when George interrupted. "Speaking of flying, Ron, you letting Rose on a real broom yet?" All attention swiveled to Ron. "She's 7, Hermione said immediately. "The safety guidelines clearly state—" "Rubbish guidelines," Ginny interjected. "I was on a real broom at 6. "And broke your arm at 7, Molly reminded her. "Twice," Bill added helpfully. "Which proves my point. Early practice is essential. Rose has natural ability. I've seen her on that toy broom. She's wasted on training wheels." "She's not wasted. She's safe," Hermione argued. "There's no reason to rush. There's every reason. The earlier they start, the better their muscle memory." Ron felt the conversation swirling around him, everyone with an opinion about how he should raise his daughter. Percy thought structured lessons were essential. Audrey worried about injury rates. George suggested enchanting a broom to be exciting but not fatal. Harry stayed wisely silent. "What do you think, Ron?" Arthur asked quietly from the head of the table. Everyone stopped talking. Ron looked at Rose, who was watching him with bright, hopeful eyes. Then at Hermione, who wore her "I have research to support my position" expression. Then at his mother, who was clearly waiting for him to ask her advice. "I think," he said carefully, "that we'll decide as a family, me and Hermione, when we're ready." "But," Ginny started. "When we're ready," Ron repeated, more firmly this time. Ginny subsided, though she rolled her eyes. The conversation moved on, Percy launching into a detailed explanation of new ministry regulations, something about international portkey standards that made Ron's eyes glaze over. He was reaching for the bread when he heard it, a small sound, barely audible under Percy's droning voice. Hugo, struggling to cut his chicken with a knife too large for his hands, had fumbled. The knife clattered against his plate. "Sorry," Hugo whispered, so quiet Ron almost missed it. "Nothing to apologize for, love." Ron called down the table. But Molly had heard too. "Oh, let me help you, sweetheart. I can do it." Hugo's voice was small but determined. He picked up the knife again, gripping it awkwardly. 2 chairs over, Lucy, Percy's youngest, had already finished cutting her entire meal into perfect, bite-sized pieces. She was 5, same as Hugo. Ron watched his son notice this, watched his small shoulders tense. The meal continued. Dominique demonstrated a charm she'd learned from Fleur, making her napkin fold itself into a swan. James made his peas march across his plate in a wobbly line, showing off the levitation spell he'd been practicing. Even little Molly managed to make her spoon stir her water glass without touching it. Hugo ate slowly, methodically, his hands firmly in his lap when he wasn't eating, not attempting magic, not drawing attention. Ron's chest tightened. After dinner, while the adults lingered over tea and the children scattered to the orchard, Ron found Hugo exactly where he'd expected, in the narrow attic space above the top floor, where the ghoul lived when it wasn't banging around the water pipes. The ghoul itself was out, probably terrorizing the chickens, but the attic still smelled musty and old, thick with dust and forgotten things. Hugo sat in the corner furthest from the ladder, knees pulled to his chest, staring at nothing. Ron climbed up carefully. The attic hadn't gotten any bigger since his own childhood. He'd spent hours up here, hiding from chores or family chaos, or the weight of being the 6th Weasley son. "Mind if I sit?" Hugo shrugged. Ron settled beside him, his back against the rough wall, their shoulders just touching. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Below, muffled by floors and magic, Ron could hear the family, George's laughter, Molly's voice calling someone to be careful, the general hum of Weasley chaos on a Sunday afternoon. "Everyone's so good at magic," Hugo said finally. His voice was very small in the dusty quiet. Ron's heart broke a little. "Yeah," he agreed. "They are. Victoire did that spell without a wand. She's only 9. Victoire's had a lot of practice, and her dad's part Vila. That gives her some advantages. Dominique can do it too, and James. And Lucy can cut her food and fold her napkin, and I can't even—" Hugo's voice cracked. He pressed his face against his knees. Ron wanted to say all the right things, that Hugo was only 5, that magic came differently to different people, that it wasn't a competition. But he remembered being 11, watching his older brothers excel at everything while he fumbled through spells and potions, and his own crushing certainty that he'd never measure up. Platitudes wouldn't help. Hugo needed truth. "Can I tell you a secret?" Ron asked quietly. Hugo peeked up at him. When I was your age, and even older, much older, I thought I was rubbish at magic, completely hopeless." Ron stretched his legs out, dust motes swirling in the dim light from the small window. "I had Bill, who was perfect at everything. Charlie, who was brave and brilliant. Percy, who got 12 OWLs. The twins, who were geniuses, even when they were being terrors. And Ginny, who could hex anyone into next week before she was 10. But you're good at magic now," Hugo protested. "You fought you-know-who." "I did, but I spent years, Hugo, thinking I was only there because Harry and Hermione needed someone to make up the numbers, that I wasn't special or clever or talented, that I was just there." Hugo considered this. "But you were special. Maybe, eventually. But I didn't feel like it. I felt exactly like you probably feel right now, like everyone else had something I didn't. like I was always going to be the one who couldn't quite keep up. Did it get better? Ron thought about the Chamber of Secrets, about the Horcrux, about nearly leaving his best friends because he couldn't handle his own inadequacy. He thought about the war, about the moment he'd stopped comparing himself to everyone else and started just being himself. It got better when I stopped trying to be like everyone else, he said honestly. When I figured out that being a Weasley wasn't about being the best at magic or the bravest or the cleverest, it was about showing up, being there when it mattered, caring about people. Hugo's brow furrowed, processing this. You want to know what my best spell is? Ron asked. The one I'm actually proud of? A nod. Patronus charm. Took me ages to learn it. Harry had to teach me, actually, when we were 15, and you know what form mine takes. What? A Jack Russell Terrier. Ron smiled at the memory. Know what those are? Hugo shook his head. Little dogs, scrappy, loyal, fierce when they need to be. Not big or impressive or fancy, just themselves, stubborn and brave in their own way. Ron bumped his shoulder gently against Hugo's. That's what I learned, eventually. You don't have to be a dragon or a phoenix to matter. Sometimes being a Jack Russell is exactly enough. Hugo was quiet for a long moment. Below them, someone shrieked with laughter. Probably Rose, probably doing something reckless with her cousins. I can't do any spells yet, Hugo said finally. Not even little ones. You're 5. Lucy's 5, and she can... Lucy's not you, and you're not Lucy. Ron shifted to face his son more fully. Hugo, listen to me. Magic isn't about being powerful or doing it early or showing off at Sunday dinner. Magic is about being yourself, about finding what makes you special. Maybe that's spells, maybe it's something else. But I promise you, and I know this because I lived it, you will find your thing. And when you do, it won't matter that Victoire could float glasses when she was 9, or that Lucy can fold napkins. What if I never find it? You will. Ron said it with absolute certainty, the same certainty he'd once wished someone had shown him. Because you're a Weasley. We're stubborn like that. We don't give up, even when we think we're not good enough. Especially then. Hugo leaned against him, small and warm and trusting. Ron wrapped an arm around his son's shoulders. Dad. Yeah? Did you really hide up here when you were little? All the time. Usually when your nan was trying to make me do chores. That got a small giggle. The sound loosened something in Ron's chest. They sat together in the dusty attic, quiet, father and son, while the family carried on below. Ron thought about all the times he'd sat in this exact spot, feeling inadequate and overshadowed, certain he'd never be enough. He thought about Hugo, 5 years old and already carrying the weight of comparison. And he thought about Rose, probably currently attempting something dangerous in the orchard, fearless and reckless, and completely herself. Different children, different struggles, but both of them his, both of them needing him to be what he'd never quite had, someone who understood what it felt like to be scared of not measuring up. We should probably go back down, Ron said eventually. Your mum will send a search party. Can we stay a bit longer? Ron tightened his arm around Hugo's shoulders. Yeah, little man, we can stay. Below, the burrow hummed with magic and family and noise. Up here, in the quiet dust and shadows, Ron Weasley held his son and silently promised, You won't grow up feeling like I did. You won't spend years thinking you're not enough. Because you are. You absolutely are. Even if it took him years to figure that out for himself, he'd make damn sure his children knew it from the start. Dad? Hugo's voice was drowsy, now relaxed against Ron's side. I'm glad you're my dad. Ron closed his eyes against the sudden sting. I'm glad you're my Hugo. They stayed in the attic until Hermione's voice floated up the stairs, calling them down for treacle tart. And when they climbed down together, Ron going first, Hugo following carefully, Ron made sure his son knew. Being a Weasley wasn't about being the best. It was about being there when it mattered. And Hugo, quiet, careful, thoughtful Hugo, was already doing that perfectly. The rain started just as they reached Diagon Alley, fat droplets that turned the cobblestones slick and sent witches and wizards scurrying for shop awnings. Ron pulled both children closer as they navigated through the Saturday afternoon crowd, Hugo's hand tight in his left, Rose skipping ahead on his right despite the weather. Careful, Rosie. The stones are slippery. I know, Dad. She jumped over a puddle with the confidence of an 8-year-old who'd inherited her aunt's athleticism and none of her common sense. Her red hair was already plastered to her forehead, but she didn't seem to care. Is that it? Is that Uncle George's shop? Even through the rain, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes announced itself like a firework, the shop front painted in violent orange and purple, windows displaying products that sparked and smoked and moved. A mechanical pygmy puff in the window waved at passers-by. The building itself seemed to vibrate with barely contained chaos. Hugo pressed closer to Ron's leg. That's it, Ron confirmed, steering them toward the entrance. Ready for some proper mischief. Rose was already at the door. Hugo said nothing, but his grip on Ron's hand tightened. The shop interior was sensory overload, colors everywhere, sounds bouncing off the walls, smells ranging from pleasant, fizzing whiz-bees to concerning something that might have been dung bomb. The Saturday crowd was thick, mostly parents with children who shrieked with delight at every new display. Ronikins. George appeared from behind a tower of skiving snack boxes, arms spread wide. He'd grown into the missing ear over the years, wore it like a badge rather than a wound. Today, he had on robes in eye-searing purple with orange trim that matched the shop's color scheme. And the miniature Weasleys. Come to bankrupt your old uncle, have you? We're not old, Rose pointed out, accepting George's hug. I meant me, Sunshine. I'm ancient, positively decrepit. George ruffled her hair, then looked down at Hugo, who'd hidden himself partially behind Ron's legs. Hello, Hugo, my lad. Come to test out some new products. Hugo managed a small shake of his head. No? Pity. I've got a batch of color change candies that need proper testing. They're supposed to turn your hair rainbow colors. But the last batch made someone's ears grow. Only temporarily, of course, George added hastily, catching Ron's expression. Mostly. We're just here to look, Ron said firmly. And maybe purchase something small that doesn't explode, change colors, or cause any bodily transformations. Where's the fun in that? George winked at Rose, who giggled. Go on then, explore. Everything on the bottom 3 shelves is child appropriate, mostly. Don't touch anything that's smoking. Rose was gone immediately, darting toward a display of pygmy puffs that chirped and bounced in their cage. Hugo stayed anchored to Ron's side, watching the chaos with wide eyes. The shop was overwhelming even for Ron, who'd grown up with Fred and George's experiments Everywhere you looked, something was moving or sparking or making noise. A demonstration filibuster firework went off near the ceiling, showering harmless sparks over delighted customers. Someone's purchase had gotten loose, a rubber chicken that ran squawking between people's legs. Children shrieked with laughter or concentration as they tested out various products under their parents' supervision. Hugo's eyes tracked every movement, every sound, taking it all in with the systematic attention he brought to everything. But he didn't move toward anything, didn't reach for any products, just watched. Bit loud, isn't it? Ron crouched down to Hugo's level. A small nod. We don't have to stay long, just having a look around. Can we go? Hugo's voice was barely audible under the din. Ron's chest tightened. Rose was already across the shop, chattering excitedly with a shop assistant about the pygmy puffs. She was in her element. Bright chaos, color, noise, people. Hugo was drowning in it. Tell you what, Ron said quietly. How about we find somewhere quieter? Uncle George might have a workshop in the back, away from all this noise. Hope flickered across Hugo's face. Ron straightened, catching George's eye across the shop floor. His brother was demonstrating a decoy detonator to a group of teenagers, but noticed Ron's gesture immediately. Years of silent communication between brothers, refined during the war, never quite lost after. George nodded, held up one finger. Wait. 5 minutes later, after George had completed his sales pitch and sent the teenagers away with full bags and lighter pockets, he made his way over to where Ron stood with Hugo. Not feeling the shop floor today, Hugo? George asked gently. His voice had dropped from shopkeeper bright to something softer, more real. That's all right. It's mental out here on Saturdays. Gives me a headache sometimes too. Hugo looked up at him uncertainly. Wanna see where the real magic happens? George glanced at Ron. Workshop's quiet today. Verity's minding the floor, and I was about to test a new product anyway. Could use an assistant. Can I? Ron started. Course you can come, you great mother hen, both of you. Rose! George's voice carried across the shop. Workshop, now. Rose appeared instantly, a purple pygmy puff cradled in her hands. Uncle George, can I have this one? His name is Sparkle, and he loves me. Put Sparkle back with his brothers, Sunshine. He's shop stock, not a pet. Rose's face fell, but she dutifully returned the pygmy puff to its cage before bounding over. Are we going to the workshop? I've never seen the workshop. Well then, you're in for a treat. George led them past the main counter, through a door marked Staff Only, Enter at Own Risk, and up a narrow staircase that Ron remembered from visits during the shop's early days. The workshop was a different world from the shop floor. Quieter, for one. The walls must have been soundproofed with some serious enchantments, because the cacophony from below faded to a distant hum. The space was organized chaos. Workbenches covered in partially completed products, shelves lined with carefully labeled ingredients, a chalkboard covered in George's distinctive handwriting, detailing formulas and test results. One entire wall was dedicated to what looked like a memorial. Photographs of Fred, sketches of product ideas in his handwriting, a preserved Marauder's map in a frame, and a single Weasley jumper with an F on it. Rose headed straight for it. Is that Uncle Fred? That's him. George's voice was steady, practiced. He'd learned how to talk about Fred without breaking, mostly. We invented everything in here together. Well, him and me, and sometimes your dad. when we could convince him to be our test subject. I was an unwilling test subject, Ron corrected, but he was smiling. He remembered those days. Simpler times when the biggest worry was whether a canary cream would wear off before Mum noticed. Hugo had moved to one of the workbenches, examining it with careful attention. The surface was covered in what looked like teacups, a cauldron simmering gently with something that shifted colors, and several notebooks filled with neat diagrams. "That's my current project," George said, following Hugo's gaze. "Mood tea. You drink it, and the tea changes color based on how you're feeling. Happy is gold, sad is blue, angry is red. You get the idea." "Why?" Hugo asked quietly. "Good question." George pulled up a stool and sat, bringing himself to Hugo's height. Ron recognized the movement the way he'd always done with younger kids, making himself less overwhelming. Sometimes people have trouble saying how they feel, especially if they're sad or angry or worried. So I thought, what if your tea could say it for you? Then the people who care about you would know to ask what's wrong. Hugo considered this seriously. Does it work? Mostly. The prototype turned everyone's tea brown regardless of mood, which was disappointing. The current version works about 70% of the time. Want to help me test it? A pause. Then, very quietly, "Okay." George stood, moving to the cauldron. "Brilliant. Now, the tricky bit is getting the temperature exactly right. Too hot and it only registers anger. Too cold and everyone seems sad, even when they're not." He ladled some of the shimmering liquid into 4 teacups. "Let it cool for 30 seconds, then we each take a sip." They waited. Ron watched Hugo watch the tea, fascinated despite his earlier reluctance. Rose bounced impatiently on her toes. "Right then, on 3. 1, 2, 3. They all sipped. Ron's tea immediately turned a warm amber color. Content, apparently. Rose's went bright pink. Excited, George translated. George's flickered between gold and something greenish. "Happy but stressed," he said with a laugh. Hugo's tea turned a soft blue, tinged with purple at the edges. "Interesting." George leaned forward, examining it. "Sad and worried. Is that right, Hugo?" Hugo stared at his cup, then, very slowly, nodded. "About anything in particular?" Ron opened his mouth to intervene. Hugo didn't need to be interrogated, but George shot him a look. Let him answer. "I don't like the shop," Hugo said finally, voice small. "It's too loud, and everyone's doing magic and I can't do any magic yet. And Rose is good at everything, and I'm not good at anything." The words came out in a rush, like they'd been building for a while. Ron's heart clenched. George nodded thoughtfully, like Hugo had just said something perfectly reasonable, rather than heartbreaking. "The shop is too loud. You're absolutely right. We should fix that. Maybe a quiet corner for kids who get overwhelmed." "That's good feedback. Thank you." Hugo blinked, surprised. "As for the magic, Hugo, can I tell you something?" George set down his own teacup. "The best pranks, the cleverest inventions, they're not about being loud or flashy. They're about being smart, subtle, the kind of magic that makes people think." "But all your products are loud," Rose pointed out. "The ones on the shop floor, yeah, because that's what most people want. Excitement, bang, flash. But the products I'm proudest of?" George gestured around the workshop. "These are quiet. Mood tea. Reusable hangman. It's a note-passing system that self-destructs if the wrong person opens it. Secret keeper quills that write in invisible ink only certain people can see. None of them are loud. They're clever. Hugo was listening intently now, the blue in his tea fading slightly. "You want to know a secret?" George leaned in conspiratorially. Fred was the loud one. He was brilliant at the flashy stuff. Fireworks, explosions, things that made people laugh out loud. Me? I was always better at the quiet magic, the stuff that took patience and precision and really thinking through how something works. Really? Hugo's voice was still quiet, but less uncertain. Really. We made a good team because we were different. He brought the excitement. I brought the strategy. Both matter. Both are important. George pulled one of his notebooks over. "Want to help me design something?" "I can't. I don't know how." "Course you do. You just haven't tried yet. Here." George opened to a blank page. "I've been thinking about making a product for kids who get anxious. Something they could keep in their pocket that would help them feel better when things get overwhelming. But I can't figure out what form it should take. Should it be a stone, a coin, something else?" Hugo studied the blank page. "A coin would be good. You could rub it with your thumb like this." He demonstrated the motion. "That's what I do sometimes when I'm worried." "Brilliant." George scribbled notes. "Yes, good size for hands, easy to carry, can fidget with it. What else? Should it be warm or cool to touch?" "Warm, like someone's holding your hand." Ron watched his brother write this down with complete seriousness, like Hugo had just provided the most valuable product development insight in the world, which, Ron realized, maybe he had. "Color?" George asked. "Blue, but not sad blue, calm blue, like the sky." "Perfect. And should it do anything? Make a sound, maybe?" Hugo thought about this. "No sound, but maybe it could get warmer when you hold it, so you know it's working." "Temperature responsive enchantment. Excellent. What else?" They worked together for the next 20 minutes, Hugo gradually becoming more animated as he described his ideal anxiety relief product. Rose had gotten bored after 5 minutes and was investigating the memorial wall, but Hugo was completely focused, offering suggestions that George wrote down with genuine interest. "You've got a real talent for this," George said finally, closing the notebook. "Product design isn't about being able to cast fancy spells. It's about understanding what people need and figuring out how to give it to them. That takes empathy, creativity, and attention to detail. You've got all three." Hugo's tea had shifted to pale yellow. Not quite happy, but definitely not sad anymore. "Can I take this home?" Hugo asked, pointing to the notes. "To remember?" "Better, you keep the notebook. When you have more ideas, write them down, and next time you visit, we'll work on actually making your comfort coin." "Really?" "Really. Every good inventor needs a notebook." George handed it over solemnly. "This is your official Weasley's Wizard Wheez's Product Development Journal. Treat it well." Hugo clutched the notebook like it was made of gold. The expression on his face, wonder and pride and something that looked like belonging, made Ron's throat tight. "Right then," George stood. "I suppose we should rejoin the chaos downstairs. Rose, you can pick one small item from the shop. Emphasis on small. Hugo, same for you." They trooped back down to the shop floor. The noise hit immediately, still overwhelming, still chaotic. But this time, Hugo didn't press against Ron's leg. He walked beside him, notebook tucked carefully under his arm. Rose selected a pygmy puff after all, purple, named Sparkle, despite George's protests. Hugo chose something that surprised Ron, a small telescope that George explained could show you stars even during the day. For thinking, Hugo said, quietly when Ron asked why. Uncle George said the quiet inventions are important too. They left the shop an hour later, Rose chattering about Sparkle's new home in her bedroom. Hugo silent, but holding his notebook and telescope like treasures. The rain had stopped, leaving Diagon Alley fresh and clean. That was good of George, Hermione said that evening after both children were in bed. She'd heard the full story from Ron, Hugo's confession about the tea, George's patient mentoring, the notebook that Hugo had already started filling with careful drawings and notes. He knew exactly what Hugo needed, Ron agreed. They were sitting in the kitchen, tea cooling between them. Real tea, not mood detecting. Better than I did. You got him to George. That's what mattered. Ron thought about his brother's workshop, the memorial wall, the way George had made Hugo feel seen. Fred would have loved this, he said quietly, watching George teach the next generation. He would have. Hermione squeezed his hand. And George is good at it. Different types of intelligence, different ways of being magical. He understands that. Because he lived it. Him and Fred, they were always different. Fred was the performer. George was the engineer. Both brilliant, just different. Like Rose and Hugo. Yeah. Ron looked toward the stairs, thinking of his children asleep in their rooms. Rose with her pygmy puff, probably dreaming of flying. Hugo with his notebook, already filling it with ideas in careful, deliberate handwriting. Exactly like Rose and Hugo. Upstairs, on Hugo's bedside table, the notebook lay open to the first page, in George's handwriting at the top. Hugo Weasley, inventor. Below it, in Hugo's careful letters, comfort coin for when things are too loud. And beneath that, in smaller writing, like a secret confession to the page, Uncle George says the quiet magic matters too. Ron didn't see this until weeks later, when Hugo asked him how to spell enchantment for a new product idea. But when he did, he had to leave the room and stand in the hallway for a moment, overwhelmed by gratitude for his brother who'd always understood what it meant to be different, to be quieter, to need someone to believe you were enough exactly as you were. George had given Hugo something precious that afternoon in the workshop. Not just a notebook or validation, but permission. Permission to be himself, to work at his own pace, to understand that magic came in many forms, and not all of them were loud. It was the same gift George and Fred had once given Ron, years ago, when they'd made him feel like being the funny one, the loyal one, the one who showed up even when he was scared. That those things mattered just as much as being the brilliant one or the brave one. Different didn't mean less. Quiet didn't mean weak. Sometimes the best magic was the kind that took patience, thought, and a gentle touch. Sometimes the best magic was just someone seeing you and saying, yes, exactly as you are. You're enough. The afternoon light filtered through the kitchen window in pale gold streams, catching dust motes and the steam rising from Ron's tea. He was halfway through the crossword in the Prophet, stuck on a 7-letter word for a charm that backfires, when the front door slammed with enough force to rattle the dishes. Rose, Hermione called from upstairs, where she was helping Hugo with his reading. No answer, just the sound of small feet stomping up the stairs, then a door closing with deliberate firmness. Not quite a slam, but close enough to communicate frustration. Ron set down his tea and exchanged a look with Hermione, who'd appeared at the top of the stairs. That doesn't sound good, she said quietly. I'll check on her. Ron climbed the stairs slowly, giving Rose time to settle. She'd been at Luna's for the afternoon, a playdate with Luna's daughter Lyra and a few other magical children from the area. It was supposed to have been fun. Luna's house was all wonder and whimsy, full of interesting creatures and Luna's particular brand of gentle chaos. Rose usually came home chattering about Nargles and whatever new theory Luna was investigating. He knocked softly on Rose's door. "Rosie, you all right?" "Go away." Ron opened the door anyway. Parenting privilege. Rose lay face down on her bed, still wearing her outdoor robes, her face buried in her pillow. Her shoulders were shaking slightly. Crying then, but trying to hide it. Ron's heart squeezed. He sat carefully on the edge of her bed. "Want to talk about it?" "No." "Want me to sit here quietly while you don't talk about it?" A pause, then, muffled by the pillow, "I suppose." They sat in silence. Ron looked around Rose's room, walls painted a warm yellow that Hermione had chosen, bookshelves already overflowing, the purple pygmy Puff, Sparkle, sleeping in his cage by the window. Rose's toy broomstick leaned in the corner, well-loved and slightly battered. A mobile of the solar system hung from the ceiling, planets rotating slowly in their orbits. After a few minutes, Rose turned her head slightly. Her face was blotchy, eyes red. "It's not fair." "What's not fair, sweetheart?" "Everything." She pushed herself up to sitting, crossing her arms. 9 years old, and already mastering the art of righteous indignation. Lyra said, "I only did the transfiguration spell right because of Mum." Ron felt his own anger flare, quick and protective. "What?" "We were practicing turning buttons into beetles. Luna was showing us how. And I did it. I got my button to grow legs and everything. It was brilliant." Rose's voice cracked. "But then Timothy, he's from the village. He said, well, of course Rose can do it. Her mum's Hermione Granger." And Lyra said, "Yeah, magic probably comes easy when your mum invented half the spells in the textbooks." "Your mum didn't invent." "I know." Rose's shout was sharp, furious. "But that's not the point. The point is. Her face crumpled. "How do I know if I'm actually good at magic or if I'm just Mum's daughter?" The question landed like a curse. Ron stared at his daughter, 9 years old, brilliant and fierce, asking the exact question he'd asked himself for years. How much of what he'd accomplished was real, and how much was just proximity to Harry Potter, to Hermione Granger, to people who were genuinely special? "Oh, Rosie." Ron reached for her, but she pulled back. "Everyone always says it. You must be so clever, being Hermione's daughter. I bet you'll be brilliant at school with your mum. Such a bright future with those genes." Rose swiped at her eyes angrily. "But what if I'm not? What if I'm only good because everyone expects me to be good? What if I get to Hogwarts and I'm just ordinary?" "There's nothing wrong with ordinary. There is when you're supposed to be extraordinary." Rose's voice broke completely. "I'm Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger's daughter. I'm supposed to be special. But what if I'm not? What if I'm just me, and me isn't good enough?" Ron felt something crack open in his chest. Old wounds, carefully healed, suddenly raw again. He thought about the Horcrux, about hearing his worst fears spoken in Harry's voice, in Hermione's voice, about years of feeling like he was only important because of who his friends were. "Rose, look at me." She did, reluctantly, her brown eyes Hermione's eyes were swimming with tears and uncertainty and a fear that Ron understood too well. "Can I tell you a story?" he asked quietly. "If you have to." Ron settled back against her headboard, and Rose grudgingly curled up beside him. "When I was 14, he began, something happened that I've never really talked about. Not properly, not even with your mum." Rose wiped her nose on her sleeve. "What happened? We were on a mission. Me, your mum, and Uncle Harry. A really important one. And I was wearing this locket. It was a Horcrux, which is dark magic I'll explain when you're older. And it made everything worse. All my fears, all my insecurities, it magnified them. What did it make you think?" Ron took a breath. This was harder than he'd expected. "It made me think I didn't matter, that I was only there because Harry and Hermione needed someone to carry bags, that I was ordinary and they were extraordinary, and eventually they'd realize they were better off without me." Rose had gone very still beside him. "And the worst part," Ron continued quietly, "was that I halfway believed it even without the Horcrux. I'd spent years, Rose, comparing myself to Harry, to Hermione, to my own brothers, thinking I was just the sidekick, the one who tagged along but never did anything important." "But you did do important things," Rose protested. "You destroyed a Horcrux. You fought in the war. You saved Uncle Harry's life." "I did. Eventually. But for a long time, I couldn't see that. All I could see was everyone else's light, and I thought I was standing in their shadow." Ron looked down at his daughter. "Do you know when that changed?" "When?" "When I stopped trying to be Harry or Hermione or anyone else and just let myself be Ron. When I realized that my worth wasn't about being the cleverest or the most powerful. It was about being loyal and brave when it mattered and showing up even when I was scared." Rose considered this, her forehead creased in thought. "But how did you know? How did you know you were actually good at things and not just there?" Ron thought about the question carefully. "I suppose I stopped measuring myself against other people. I started asking different questions. Not, am I as clever as Hermione? But, did I do my best? Did I help? Did I make a difference?" "That's hard, though," Rose said quietly. "Everyone's always comparing me to Mum. The other kids, their parents, even strangers when they find out who I am. I know. And it's rubbish. And it's not fair." Ron pulled her closer. "But here's what I learned, and what I need you to hear. You're not your mum's shadow, Rosie. You're your own light." Rose looked up at him, skeptical. "That sounds like something from a book." "Maybe. Doesn't make it less true." Ron smiled slightly. "Your mum is brilliant, obviously. But you know what? You're brilliant too. Differently, maybe, but just as real." "How do you know?" "Because I see it. Every day. The way you figure out problems. The way you're kind to Hugo when he's struggling. The way you attack new spells like you're not afraid of anything." "I am afraid," Rose interrupted. "I'm afraid all the time. Afraid I'm not smart enough. Afraid I'll disappoint people. Afraid everyone will realize I'm just ordinary." "Good." Rose blinked. "What?" "Being afraid and doing it anyway. That's courage, Rose. That's real bravery. Not the absence of fear, but doing what you need to do despite it." Ron shifted to face her more fully. "Can I tell you a secret? About your mum?" "Okay. Your mum was terrified before every exam at Hogwarts. Every single one. She'd study herself into exhaustion, convince herself she'd fail, make herself sick with worry, and then she'd ace the exam anyway. Really? Really? Being brilliant doesn't mean not being scared. It means being scared and doing it anyway. Rose was quiet for a moment, processing. Did you ever tell Mum about the Horcrux and what it made you think? Eventually. Not right away. It took me a while to find the words. But yeah, we've talked about it. What did she say? Ron smiled at the memory. She said she'd always known I was important, even when I didn't. That I was the bravest person she knew because I showed up despite my fears. That she needed me. Not because I was like Harry or like anyone else, but because I was me. That's nice. It was. It took me years to believe it, but it was nice. Ron touched Rose's hair gently. And I need you to believe something, too. You are not valuable because you're Hermione Granger's daughter. You're valuable because you're Rose Granger Weasley, your own person, with your own magic, your own strengths, your own light. Rose leaned against him, small and warm and still uncertain. What if I get to Hogwarts and I'm rubbish? Then you'll figure it out, same as everyone else. What if I'm not as good as Mum was? So what? Nobody else will be either. Ron turned to look at her seriously. Rose, listen to me. Your mum was exceptional at school, that's true. But you know what she wasn't good at? What? Flying. Absolute disaster on a broom. Nearly fell off in first year. And practical magic, the kind you do in the moment without planning. She sometimes froze up, and dealing with Snape's nasty comments, and about 100 other things. Really, really, everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Everyone. Your mum's human, even if she is brilliant. And so are you, human and brilliant, just differently. Rose was quiet for a long moment. Outside, the sun was sinking lower, painting the room in deeper shades of gold. Downstairs, Ron could hear Hermione and Hugo, probably finished with reading practice, maybe starting dinner preparation. Dad? Yeah, sweetheart. Can we go somewhere? Just us. Ron looked at his daughter, still teary, still uncertain, but asking for something specific. Where? I don't know. Somewhere that's not home. Somewhere we can talk more. Ron understood immediately. Sometimes you needed to step outside your regular world to process things. How about Shell Cottage? We could go tomorrow, spend the day. Just you and me. Rose brightened slightly. Really? Really. I'll talk to your mum, arrange it with Uncle Bill. We'll make a day of it. Okay. Rose hesitated. Dad, I'm sorry I shouted earlier. You're allowed to shout when you're upset. That's what I'm here for, to be shouted at and to help you figure things out. Even when I'm being stupid. You're not being stupid. You're being 9 and dealing with complicated feelings. That's completely normal. Ron stood, offering his hand. Come on, let's go tell your mum about tomorrow, and then maybe you can help me with dinner. I'm thinking pancakes. It's not breakfast time. Pancakes acknowledged no time boundaries. That got a real smile, small but genuine. Rose took his hand and let him pull her up. At the doorway, she paused. Dad, thanks for understanding. Always, Rosie, always. The next morning dawned clear and bright. Perfect beach weather. Ron and Rose arrived at Shell Cottage just after 10, having apparated to the boundary wards and walked the rest of the way down the sandy path. The cottage sat above the beach, white stone gleaming in the sunlight, looking exactly as Ron remembered from years ago when he'd recovered here, when Dobby had saved them, when everything had seemed impossible, but somehow they'd kept going. Bill was waiting at the door, holding baby Louis, on his hip. "Ron, Rose, come in, come in. Fleur's taken the girls to visit her parents, so you've got the place to yourselves. Well, except for Louis and me, but we'll stay out of your way." "Thanks for this," Ron said, clasping his brother's hand. "Anytime, you know that." Bill's gaze was understanding, older brother intuition that sensed this was important. "Beach is all yours. Take as long as you need." Rose was already pulling off her shoes, eager to feel sand between her toes. Ron thanked Bill again, and they headed down the wooden stairs to the beach. The sea stretched out before them, vast and blue and peaceful. Waves rolled in with gentle persistence, the sound soothing in its regularity. Seabirds called overhead. The beach was empty except for them. "Race you to the water." Rose took off running before Ron could respond. He chased after her, catching up easily. His legs were longer after all, and they reached the surf together, laughing as cold water splashed over their feet. "It's freezing," Rose shrieked, dancing backward. "It's the ocean. It's supposed to be freezing." They walked along the waterline, letting waves chase their feet, comfortable in their silence. Ron remembered walking this same beach years ago with Hermione, trying to heal from Malfoy Manor, trying to find courage for what came next. He'd been so broken then, so convinced he'd ruined everything by leaving. And somehow, impossibly, he'd been forgiven, had found his way back, had learned that mistakes didn't define you, choices did. "Dad." Rose had stopped walking. She was looking at him with that serious expression that meant she'd been thinking. "When you were my age, did you ever feel like you weren't good enough? All the time? What changed?" Ron looked out at the ocean, constant, persistent, unchanged by human worries. "I grew up, I made mistakes, I learned from them, and eventually I met people who helped me see myself differently. Like Mum and Uncle Harry." "Yeah, like them." Ron sat down in the sand, and Rose joined him. "But also like your Uncle Bill, who always treated me like I mattered even when I was just the annoying little brother. And Uncle George and Uncle Fred, who taught me that being funny and loyal were valuable things. And even Uncle Percy, in his way, who showed me that everyone struggles with expectations." Rose drew patterns in the sand with her finger. "I don't want to spend years feeling not good enough." "Then don't." She looked up at him, surprised. "I'm serious," Ron said. "You're 9. You're already asking the right questions, already figuring out that other people's opinions don't define you. That took me until I was 17. You're way ahead of where I was. But you'll still feel inadequate sometimes. That's human. But you know the difference between you and me at your age." Ron put his arm around her shoulders. "I believe the doubts. I let them control me. You're questioning them. You're asking, is this true? Instead of just accepting it. That's wisdom, Rosie." Rose leaned against him, warm and solid and real. "I'm still scared about Hogwarts." "Good. It means you care." "What if I'm in a different house than you and Mum?" The question surprised him. "Then you'll be in a different house. That's fine. But you're both Gryffindor. Uncle Harry's Gryffindor. Everyone expects—" "Rose." Ron turned her to face him. "The Sorting Hat wanted to put your mum in Ravenclaw. Did you know that?" "No." She argued with it, told it she valued bravery more than cleverness, even though she's the cleverest witch I know. The Hat listened. "Put her in Gryffindor." Ron smiled at the memory of Hermione telling him this, years into their friendship. The point is, the hat takes your choice into account, and whichever house you're in, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, even Slytherin, we'll be proud of you. Even Slytherin. Rose looked skeptical. Even Slytherin. Some of the bravest people I know were Slytherins. It's not about the house, love. It's about who you choose to be. They sat together on the beach, watching waves roll in and out, constant as breathing. Ron thought about his own sorting, the moment the hat had barely touched his head before shouting, "Gryffindor!" Because every Weasley had been Gryffindor for generations. No choice, no consideration, just expectation. He didn't want that for Rose, didn't want her to feel trapped by legacy. "You know what I wish someone had told me?" Ron said quietly. "When I was young and afraid of not being good enough." "What?" "That being myself was always going to be enough. That I didn't need to be Harry or Hermione or my brothers. I just needed to be Ron. And Ron, with all his fears and flaws and fumbling, was exactly who my friends needed." Rose looked up at him. "Do you believe that now?" "Yeah," Ron said, and realized it was true. "Yeah, I do. Took me a long time, but I got there." "How?" "I had people who loved me even when I was being an idiot. I made mistakes and survived them. I learned that failing at something didn't make me a failure." Ron squeezed her shoulder gently. "And I learned that the person I needed to prove myself to wasn't anyone else. It was me." Rose was quiet, processing. Then, "I think I understand." "Yeah?" "I need to stop trying to be as good as Mum and just try to be as good as me." Ron felt his throat tighten. "Exactly. You be the best Rose you can be. That's all anyone can ask." They stayed on the beach for another hour, talking and not talking, collecting shells and building a lopsided sandcastle. The sun climbed higher, warming the sand, and Rose's laughter came easier. By the time they headed back to the cottage, she seemed lighter. Not fixed, because feelings didn't fix that quickly, but better. Bill had tea and biscuits waiting. "Good walk." "The best," Rose declared, and regaled him with details of their sandcastle, while Ron drank tea and watched his daughter slowly become herself again. That evening, back home, Rose climbed into Ron's lap while he sat on the sofa reading. She was getting too big for this, 9 years old, long-limbed and growing, but she folded herself against him anyway. "Dad." "I'm glad you're my dad." Ron closed his book, wrapping his arms around her. "I'm glad you're my Rose. Even when I'm scared and stupid. Especially then. That's when you need me most." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I love you. I love you too, sweetheart. So much." Upstairs, he could hear Hermione helping Hugo with his bath. Normal evening sounds, ordinary and precious. Rose's breathing evened out against his chest, not asleep but comfortable. Safe. Ron thought about the Horcrux, about Shell Cottage, about the long journey from the broken boy he'd been to the father he'd become. It hadn't been easy. He'd made mistakes, hurt people he loved, nearly given up more times than he could count. But he'd kept going. And now, he had this, a daughter in his arms, asking the hard questions, learning the lessons he'd taken years to figure out. "Rosie," he said quietly. "Yeah, you're going to be extraordinary, not because of me or your mum or anyone's expectations, but because you're you, and you is more than enough." Rose tilted her head back to look at him. "Promise. Promise." And in that moment, with his daughter warm and trusting in his arms, Ron believed it absolutely. Rose would struggle. All children did. She'd doubt herself, compare herself to others, feel inadequate sometimes. But she'd also have what he hadn't. Parents who understood, who'd walked that path themselves, who could tell her from the beginning that her worth wasn't measured by someone else's light. She was her own light. And it was brilliant. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a Thursday morning in July, delivered by a barn owl that landed with more enthusiasm than grace in Hermione's herb garden. Rose shrieked with delight, abandoning her breakfast to run outside and retrieve the cream-colored envelope from the slightly disgruntled bird. "It's here! It's here! My Hogwarts letter!" She burst back through the kitchen door, waving the envelope like a trophy. "Look, it's got the seal and everything." Ron watched Hugo's face across the table. His son's expression didn't change, just kept methodically eating his porridge, spoon to mouth, eyes fixed on his bowl. But his shoulders had gone tight, and his grip on the spoon was white-knuckled. "Open it then," Hermione encouraged, smiling. She glanced at Ron, and he saw the same thing in her eyes that he felt: joy for Rose, worry for Hugo. Rose tore into the envelope with zero ceremony, pulling out the stiff parchment. "Dear Miss Granger Weasley," she read aloud, "we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." She looked up, beaming. "I'm going to Hogwarts." "Course you are," Ron said warmly. "Did you think they'd reject you?" "No, but still, it's official now." Rose studied the letter more carefully. "Term begins September 1st. Students shall require 3 sets of plain work robes, 1 plain pointed hat, 1 pair of protective gloves. Oh, and a wand. I get to get my own wand." "We'll go to Diagon Alley next week," Hermione promised. "Get all your supplies sorted." Rose was already reading the book list, chattering about which subjects sounded most interesting. Hugo had gone very still, his porridge forgotten. 8 years old now, with Ron's red hair and Hermione's serious eyes, and the weight of the entire world on his small shoulders. Ron pushed back from the table. "Hugo, come help me with something outside." Hugo looked up, startled. "What? Just something. Come on." They left Rose and Hermione discussing whether transfiguration or charms would be more challenging, and stepped into the morning sunshine. The garden was quiet, Hermione's herbs releasing their scents into the warm air, bees humming around the lavender, birds calling from the trees that bordered their property. Hugo stood on the back step, hands in his pockets, looking at nothing in particular. "Want to fly?" Ron offered, nodding toward the small shed where they kept the brooms. "No." "Want to practice some spells?" "No." "Want to talk about what you're feeling?" Hugo's jaw tightened. "I'm fine." "Hugo, I said I'm fine." His voice cracked, and then his face crumpled. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I'm sorry." Ron crouched down, bringing himself to Hugo's level. Hey, you're allowed to shout. You're allowed to be upset." "I'm not upset." "Hugo." His son's chin wobbled. "It's not fair," he whispered. "Rose gets to go to Hogwarts, and she's brilliant at everything, and I still can't even do a proper Lumos." There it was, the fear Ron had been watching build for months. "Come here." Ron guided Hugo off the step and toward the garden bench beneath the apple tree. The same tree where he'd sat with Rose 2 years ago after her broom accident. Funny how this spot had become the place for important conversations. They sat together, Hugo rigid with the effort of not crying, Ron trying to find the right words. "Show me your lumos," Ron said gently. "It doesn't work." "Show me anyway." Hugo pulled out his practice wand. Not a real one yet, but a trainer George had made, designed to channel magic safely for young children. He held it awkwardly, his grip too tight, and whispered, "Lumos." A dim glow appeared at the tip, barely visible in the daylight, flickering weakly, but there. Real magic, real light, just small. "See?" Hugo's voice was thick with shame. "It's rubbish. Rose could do a proper lumos when she was 6. I'm 8, and mine's still useless." Ron looked at his son's handiwork, the struggling, uncertain light, and remembered being 11, failing at potions, at herbology, at anything that required precision or careful attention. Remembered the crushing certainty that everyone else was better, that he'd never catch up. "Can I tell you something?" Ron said quietly. "About magic." Hugo nodded miserably. "Magic isn't just about power. It's not about who can cast the brightest spell or perform the flashiest charm. Magic is about intent, about what you're trying to do and why." Ron pointed at Hugo's wand lumos. "That light there, it's real. You made it. That's magic. But it's so small. So, my Patronus is a Jack Russell Terrier. Do you know how small those are? About this big." Ron held his hands a foot apart. "When I finally managed to cast a Patronus, which took me forever, by the way, I was almost disappointed. I wanted something impressive. A lion, maybe, or a dragon. But I got a scrappy little dog. What's a Patronus? A protection spell. One of the hardest to learn. It takes the form of an animal that represents who you are." Ron smiled at the memory. "Your mum's is an otter, Uncle Harry's is a stag, and mine's a little terrier, stubborn, loyal, fierce when it needs to be, but not particularly impressive to look at." Hugo considered this. "But you can do it. You can cast a Patronus. I can't even do a proper lumos." "You're 8, Hugo. I was 15 when I learned the Patronus charm, and I only managed it because someone taught me, step by step, with patience." Ron put his arm around his son's shoulders. "You're comparing your beginning to everyone else's middle. That's not fair to you. But Rose is Rose. You're you. Different people, different magic, different timelines." Ron squeezed gently. "Do you know what I see when I look at your lumos?" "What?" "Determination. You're still trying, even though it's hard, even though it makes you feel inadequate. That's courage, Hugo. It doesn't feel like courage. It feels like failing." Ron's heart ached. I know exactly how that feels." They sat quietly for a moment. A bee buzzed past, heavy with pollen. Inside, they could hear Rose still talking excitedly about Hogwarts, her voice carrying through the open window. "I'm never going to be good enough for Hogwarts," Hugo said finally, voicing the fear that had been building since Rose's letter arrived. "Everyone there is going to be brilliant, and I'm going to be the only one who can't do anything right." "That's not true." "Yes, it is. Rose can do everything. She can fly, she can cast spells, she's good at transfiguration and charms and everything. And I'm just..." Hugo's voice broke. "I'm just stupid." "Hugo Weasley, you are not stupid." Ron's voice was sharp enough that Hugo looked up, startled. "You are not stupid, and I don't want to hear you say that about yourself, ever. But I can't. You can't do some things yet. Yet. There's a difference." Ron turned to face his son fully. "Can I tell you about my worst moments at Hogwarts?" Hugo wiped his eyes. "Okay. First year, potions class. Professor Snape, who was a git, by the way, Even Uncle Harry will tell you that. He asked me a question about bezoars. I had no idea what a bezoar was. None. And he made me stand up in front of the whole class while he explained in excruciating detail exactly how ignorant I was. What's a bezoar? A stone from a goat's stomach that cures most poisons. Not important right now. Ron smiled slightly. The point is, I felt exactly like you feel now. Stupid, unprepared. Like everyone else knew things I didn't. Like I'd never catch up. Did you? Eventually. But it took time. And mistakes. So many mistakes, Hugo. Ron thought about the troll, the chess game, the Whomping Willow, the Time Turner incident, the Department of Mysteries. I broke my wand in second year, got knocked unconscious in a chess game in first year, failed my potions OWL, got splinched when I was learning to apparate. The list goes on. Hugo was listening intently now, tears drying on his cheeks. But you want to know something? Ron continued. Those failures, they taught me more than my successes ever did. They taught me persistence. They taught me that failing at something doesn't make you a failure. It just means you're learning. But Rose never fails. Rose fails all the time. You just don't see it because she hides it better. Ron thought about finding Rose crying in her room after the incident at Luna's, about the insecurities she carried despite appearing confident. Everyone struggles, Hugo. Everyone. The people who look like they have it all together. They're just better at hiding their doubts. Hugo drew his knees up, wrapping his arms around them. I'm scared, he whispered. Of what? That I'll get to Hogwarts and everyone will know I'm not good enough. That I'll be sorted into a house and disappoint everyone. That I'll never be as good as Rose or you or Mum or Uncle Harry or any of the famous people in our family. Ron felt the words like physical blows. This was what he'd been afraid of. That his children would inherit not just his red hair and his freckles, but his insecurities. That they'd feel the weight of expectation the same way he had. Hugo, look at me. His son raised his head, eyes red-rimmed and terrified. Being good enough has nothing to do with other people's expectations. Nothing. It doesn't matter what I did or what your mum did or what Uncle Harry did. Those are our stories. You get to write your own. But what if my story is boring? What if I'm just ordinary? Then you're ordinary. So what? Ron said it firmly, with conviction. Hugo, do you know what the bravest thing I ever did was? Fighting in the war. No. The bravest thing I ever did was showing up to Hogwarts every year knowing I might fail, knowing I might not be as good as everyone expected, knowing I might disappoint people, and doing it anyway. Hugo blinked. That's brave? That's the definition of brave. Courage isn't not being scared. Courage is being terrified and doing it anyway. Ron pulled Hugo closer. And you, my boy, are already doing that. You're still practicing magic, even though it's hard. You're still trying, even though it makes you feel inadequate. That's courage. It doesn't feel like courage. It never does. Not when you're the one doing it. They sat together while Hugo processed this. Ron could feel his son's tension slowly easing, his breathing becoming less ragged. Dad? Hugo's voice was small. What if I can't do magic at all? What if I'm a squib? Ron had been waiting for this question. You're not a squib. You just did a lumos. Weak, maybe, but real magic. Squibs can't do any magic at all. But what if I never get better? Then you'll find other ways to be magical. Magic isn't just about spells, Hugo. It's about who you are, how you treat people, what you bring to the world. Ron thought about his mother, about how her magic was in her cooking and her hugs and her fierce love. Some of the most magical people I know barely cast spells. They just make everything better by being there. Hugo leaned against him, small and warm and still uncertain. I wish I was more like Rose. I'm glad you're not. Hugo looked up, surprised. I mean it, Ron said. Rose is wonderful, but she's Rose. You're Hugo, and Hugo is exactly who we need. How do you know? Because I know you. I see you being kind to that stray Kneasel that comes around, even though it scratches. I see you reading to Rose when she's too tired to read to herself. I see you noticing when your mum's had a hard day and making her tea without being asked. Ron smiled down at his son. That's magic, Hugo. Real, important magic. The kind that actually changes things. Hugo was quiet for a long moment. Then, can you teach me to be brave like that? You're already learning it. Every time you try a spell, even though you're scared. Every time you come to Sunday dinner, even though it's overwhelming. Every time you keep going. Ron squeezed his shoulder. But yeah, I'll teach you everything I know. About being scared and doing it anyway. About failing and getting back up. About being yourself even when everyone expects you to be someone else. Promise. Promise. They stayed on the bench while the morning warmed around them. Inside, Rose had moved on from her letter to planning what she'd pack, her voice bright with anticipation. Soon they'd have to go in, face the reality of Rose leaving for Hogwarts in September, of Hugo watching his sister go somewhere he couldn't follow yet. But for now, this was enough. Father and son in the quiet garden, talking about fear and courage and what it meant to be enough. Dad, Hugo said eventually, can we practice the Lumos? Yeah, we can practice. And can you tell me more about failing at Hogwarts? Ron laughed. I can tell you stories for hours about failing at Hogwarts. I'm an expert at it. But you turned out okay. I did, eventually. Ron stood, offering his hand. Come on, let's work on that Lumos. And I'll tell you about the time I accidentally set fire to my own eyebrows in potions. Really? 3rd year. Spectacular failure. Harry laughed so hard he snorted pumpkin juice out his nose. That got a giggle. Small, but genuine. Hugo took Ron's hand and let himself be pulled up. They spent the next hour in the garden, Ron coaching Hugo through the Lumos spell, with patience born of experience. The light didn't get much brighter, but Hugo's grip on the practice wand relaxed. His shoulders loosened. He smiled, not often, but a few times, when Ron shared particularly embarrassing school stories. By the time Hermione called them in for lunch, Hugo's Lumos was maybe 5% brighter. Not much, barely noticeable, but it was progress. And more importantly, Hugo's expression had changed. Still worried, still uncertain, but no longer quite so terrified. Like maybe, just maybe, he could survive this, could find his place even if he wasn't brilliant or powerful or impressive. That evening, after dinner, Ron found Hugo sitting at the kitchen table with his practice wand and a piece of parchment. He'd drawn something, a small flame, carefully shaded, with notes around it in his neat handwriting. What's this? Ron asked, looking over his shoulder. My Lumos, Hugo said quietly. I drew it so I could remember. Uncle George said inventors keep notebooks of their work, so I'm keeping a notebook of mine. Ron looked at the drawing, the tiny flame, lovingly rendered, with annotations about wand grip and intention and focus. It wasn't powerful magic. It wasn't impressive. But it was Hugo's, and he was proud of it. That's brilliant, Hugo. It's just a small light. It's your light, Ron corrected, and that makes it important. Hugo looked up at him, hope and doubt warring in his expression. Do you really think I'll be okay at Hogwarts? Ron crouched down beside his son's chair. I think you'll struggle sometimes. I think you'll feel scared and inadequate and like you're not keeping up. But I also think you'll figure it out, same as I did, because you're stubborn and brave and you don't give up, even when you want to. How do you know? Because you're still here, still trying, even after this morning when you wanted to give up. Ron touched the drawing gently. That's the Weasley in you. We don't quit, even when everything's hard, especially then. Hugo managed a small smile. Thanks, Dad. Anytime, little man. Anytime. Upstairs, Rose was probably already dreaming about Hogwarts, about the castle, the classes, the adventures waiting. She'd fly through her first year with confidence and charm, making friends and casting spells and being brilliant. Hugo would struggle more, would doubt more, would need more reassurance. But he'd make it. Ron would make sure of that. Because he'd been Hugo once, the uncertain one, the one who felt inadequate, the one who wondered if he'd ever be good enough. And he'd learned eventually that good enough wasn't about meeting other people's expectations. It was about meeting your own, about doing your best, even when your best looked small, about showing up, trying again, keeping going, about being exactly who you were, even when that person felt ordinary. Hugo's light was small, but it was real, and it was his, and it was more than enough. Ron would spend the next 3 years making sure his son knew that. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly as chaotic as Ron remembered. Families saying goodbye, trunks being loaded, owls hooting indignantly, the Hogwarts Express gleaming scarlet in the morning light. Steam billowed across the platform, catching the September sunshine, and the air hummed with magic and anticipation. Ron stood with one hand on Rose's trunk, the other holding Hugo's shoulder. His daughter was vibrating with excitement, her new Hogwarts robe slightly too long, her hair plaited back in the style Hermione had perfected that morning. She looked impossibly young and impossibly grown up, all at once. Got everything? Hermione asked for the 3rd time, running through her mental checklist. Wand, books, robes, your pygmy puff. Sparkle, Rose corrected. And yes, Mum, I've got everything. Toothbrush? Yes. Clean socks? Mum. Ron caught Hermione's eye and shook his head slightly. Let her go. His wife's jaw tightened, but she nodded, stepping back. Hugo hadn't said much since they'd arrived. He stood pressed against Ron's side, watching the older students board the train with wide eyes. At 8, he still had 3 years before his own Hogwarts letter, but Ron could see the calculation happening in his son's mind, measuring himself against these confident, chattering students, finding himself wanting. Rose, a familiar voice called across the platform. Albus Potter was waving frantically, James beside him. Harry and Ginny were nearby, helping Albus with his trunk. I have to go say goodbye to Albus. Rose started toward them, then stopped, turning back. She looked at Hugo, really looked at him, and her excitement dimmed slightly. Hugo. It's okay, Hugo said quietly. You should go. I'll see you at Christmas. Rose hesitated, then threw her arms around her brother in a fierce hug. I'll write you every week. I promise. And I'll tell you everything about Hogwarts, so you'll know what to expect." Hugo hugged her back, small arms tight around her middle. "Don't forget about me." "Never." Rose pulled back, holding him at arm's length. "You're my brother. I could never forget you." Then she was hugging Ron, quick and fierce, and Hermione, longer, with whispered reassurances. And then she was gone, running toward Albus, her new robes flying behind her. Ron felt Hugo's hand slip into his, gripping tight. "She'll be fine," Hermione said, though Ron couldn't tell if she was reassuring him or herself. "I know she will." Ron watched Rose and Albus climb aboard the train, James helping with their trunks. "Doesn't make it easier to watch her go." They stayed on the platform until the train pulled away, Rose's face visible in a window, waving frantically until the express rounded a bend and disappeared from sight. Even then, they stood there, Ron and Hermione and Hugo, in the thinning crowd, all processing the moment differently. "Ice cream," Ron suggested finally. "Before we head home?" Hugo nodded silently. Florian Fortescue's was quiet mid-morning on a weekday. They found a corner booth, and Ron ordered Hugo's favorite, chocolate and mint, while Hermione got tea and Ron settled for coffee. Hugo ate his ice cream slowly, methodically, not with enjoyment, but with something like duty. "You all right, little man?" Ron asked gently. Hugo shrugged. "When Rose comes back, will she be different?" The question caught Ron off guard. "What do you mean?" Will she not want to play with me anymore? Because she'll have Hogwarts friends and no more magic, and I'll just be—" Hugo's voice trailed off. Hermione reached across the table, covering Hugo's small hand with hers. "Sweetheart, Rose will always be your sister. Hogwarts won't change that. But she'll be learning things I don't know. She'll be meeting people I don't know. She'll have this whole life I'm not part of." Hugo stared at his melting ice cream. What if she doesn't need me anymore? Ron's chest tightened. He'd felt this too, watching Bill and Charlie and Percy go off to Hogwarts, leave him behind, come back changed. Different. Speaking a language he didn't understand yet, referencing experiences he couldn't share. "Can I tell you something?" Ron said quietly. "When your Uncle Charlie went to Hogwarts, I was 7, just about your age. And I remember thinking exactly what you're thinking, that he'd come back and not care about me anymore. Did he? No. He came back and told me everything, about the classes, the professors, the castle. Made me feel like I'd been there too, even though I hadn't." Ron smiled at the memory. "And when I finally got to Hogwarts, it was like he'd left a map for me. I knew what to expect because he'd shared it." "But Rose is better at everything than I am," Hugo said miserably. "What if she comes back and sees how far behind I am? Then she'll help you catch up. That's what siblings do." Hugo didn't look convinced. They finished their ice cream in relative silence, then apparated home. Hermione with Hugo, Ron's side, long since Hugo was still too young to do it himself. The cottage felt too quiet without Rose. Her absence was everywhere, in the empty seat at dinner, in the silence where her chatter usually filled the space, in Hugo's careful avoidance of her room when he walked past. That night, Ron found Hugo sitting at the kitchen table, the practice wand in hand, trying his Lumos. The light was dim as ever, maybe slightly brighter than months ago, but not by much. Hugo's face was set in concentration, his jaw tight with frustration. "Hey," Ron said softly, not wanting to startle him, Practicing. It's still rubbish. Hugo set the wand down. 3 more years, Dad. 3 more years until I go to Hogwarts, and I still can't even do a proper Lumos. You're 8, Hugo. Most kids your age haven't done any magic at all. Most kids my age aren't Rose's brother. And there it was, the real fear, the one that had been building since Rose's letter arrived. Not just that he wasn't good enough for Hogwarts, but that he wasn't good enough compared to his sister. Ron pulled out the chair beside Hugo and sat. Can I ask you something? Okay. What do you want from magic? Not what you think you should want, not what Rose wants. What do you actually want? Hugo blinked, surprised by the question. I don't know. Think about it. When you imagine yourself using magic, what are you doing? Hugo was quiet for a long moment, staring at the practice wand. I don't think about doing big spells, he said finally. I think about making things better, like Mum's healing charms when we get hurt, or the way the house elves at the Burrow make everything comfortable, or Uncle George's inventions that help people feel less scared. Ron felt something warm spread through his chest. That's beautiful, Hugo. But it's not impressive. It's not fighting Dark Lords or winning Quidditch matches or discovering new spells. So, impressive isn't the same as important. Ron reached over, touching the practice wand gently. You know what the most important magic I ever learned was? What? Healing charms. Basic ones. Episki, minor wound closure. Bruise treatment. Nothing fancy, nothing impressive. But they saved lives during the war. They helped my friends when they were hurt. They let me take care of the people I loved. Hugo looked up at him. Really? Really? The flashy spells, the big dramatic ones, they have their place. But the quiet magic, the everyday stuff that makes life better, that's what actually matters most of the time. Rose is going to learn the flashy spells. Probably. She's good at those. But you know what you'll learn? Ron smiled at his son. You'll learn the magic that fits you, the kind that makes sense to who you are. And that's going to be just as valuable, maybe more so. Hugo absorbed this slowly. Do you think the Sorting Hat will know? What kind of magic I want to do? The hat knows everything about you the moment it touches your head. All your fears, all your hopes, all your potential. Ron remembered his own sorting. Instantaneous, unremarkable, predetermined by generations of Gryffindor Weasleys. It'll put you where you belong. What if I'm not Gryffindor? The question hung in the air between them. Ron thought about his answer carefully. Then you'll be in a different house, and that will be fine. But everyone in our family is Gryffindor. Not everyone. Aunt Muriel was Slytherin. She never lets anyone forget it. And Uncle Bilious was Hufflepuff, and he was brilliant. Ron shifted to face Hugo more fully. The house doesn't make you, Hugo. You make the house. Whichever one you're in will be lucky to have you. Even Slytherin. Even Slytherin. Some of the bravest people I know came from Slytherin. Your Aunt Andromeda, Teddy's grandmother, she was Slytherin, and she gave up everything to marry the person she loved. That's courage. Hugo considered this seriously. I think I'd like Hufflepuff, he said quietly. They're the kind ones, right? The ones who help people. Ron felt his throat tighten. They're loyal and dedicated and hardworking. They're the people you want beside you when things get hard, because they don't give up on their friends. That sounds nice. It is nice. It's more than nice. It's admirable. Ron put his arm around Hugo's shoulders. Whatever house you're in, whatever magic you learn, whatever path you choose, I'm going to be proud of you. Because you're you, and that's exactly who you should be. Rose's first letter arrived 3 days later, delivered by a school owl at breakfast. Hugo grabbed it before anyone else could, tearing it open with unusual eagerness. "Dear family," he read aloud, "I'm a Gryffindor." The sorting hat barely touched my head before it shouted it out. "I'm in the same house as you and Mum and Uncle Harry and basically everyone. My dormitory is in a tower and I have 4 roommates and they're all really nice." Hugo continued reading, his voice steady, but Ron could see the tension in his shoulders. Rose wrote about the feast, the common room, her first classes. Everything was brilliant or amazing or so much better than I imagined. "Tell Hugo I miss him," Hugo read near the end, "and that Hogwarts is going to love him when he gets here. Tell him I'm saving all my best stories for letters to him specifically." He looked up. "She wrote a whole extra bit just for me." "She did," Hermione confirmed, smiling, "because she loves you and wants you to feel included." Hugo carefully folded the letter, tucking it into his pocket. "Can I write her back?" "Of course you can." Hugo disappeared upstairs to compose his response. Ron and Hermione looked at each other across the table. "He's terrified," Hermione said quietly. "I know. Not just of Hogwarts, of not measuring up to Rose, of being left behind." "I know that too." Ron sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I keep trying to tell him it doesn't matter, that he's enough as he is. But he's 8, and his sister is off having adventures, and he feels small and inadequate." Hermione reached across the table, taking Ron's hand. "We can't fix this for him. We can just keep reminding him that we love him exactly as he is. Is that enough?" "It has to be." The weeks passed. Rose's letters came regularly, full of classes and friends and the general chaos of Hogwarts life. She'd made friends with Albus, with several other first years, even with a Ravenclaw girl who shared her love of Transfiguration. Her marks were excellent. She'd joined the Gobstones Club. Everything was going perfectly. Hugo read every letter carefully, sometimes multiple times. He wrote back faithfully, telling her about home, about the garden, about the small magics he was practicing. He never mentioned his worries, his fears about his own eventual sorting. But Ron saw them anyway, in the way Hugo studied Rose's descriptions of the common room, in how he asked careful questions about which subjects were hardest, in his increasing dedication to practicing magic even when it frustrated him. "Dad," Hugo asked one evening in October while they sat together in the garden. The air was crisp with autumn, leaves turning gold and red around them. "When you were sorted, were you scared?" "No," Ron admitted, "but that's because I knew I'd be Gryffindor. Every Weasley for generations has been Gryffindor. The hat didn't even have to think about it." "Did you want to be in a different house?" Ron considered lying, then decided Hugo deserved honesty. "I never let myself think about it. Never asked myself if Gryffindor was actually where I belonged, or if it was just where I was expected to be." "Do you think you were in the right house?" "Yeah, I do. But I think I would have been fine in another house too. Would have found different friends, learned different lessons, become a different person. Not worse, just different." Hugo pulled his knees up to his chest. "I'm scared the hat will put me somewhere Rose isn't." That's okay. Being scared is okay. But what if I'm sorted and everyone's disappointed? Ron turned to face his son fully. Hugo, listen to me. There is no sorting outcome that would disappoint me or your mum. None. You could be Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin. We'll be proud of you regardless. Promise? I promise. On everything I am, I promise. Hugo leaned against him, small and uncertain, but trusting. Above them, stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. Inside, Hermione was making dinner, and somewhere in Scotland, Rose was living the Hogwarts experience Hugo both longed for and feared. 3 more years, Hugo whispered. 3 more years, Ron agreed. And in that time, you're going to grow. You're going to learn. You're going to figure out who Hugo Weasley really is, not who he thinks he should be. And when that sorting hat touches your head, it's going to see exactly who you are and put you exactly where you belong. How do you know? Because that's what it does. That's its job. Ron squeezed Hugo's shoulder. And wherever you end up, whatever house claims you, you're going to be brilliant. In your own way, at your own pace, being yourself. Hugo was quiet for a long time. Then, so softly, Ron almost missed it. I hope you're right. I am right, Ron said, with certainty he wished he'd felt at Hugo's age. Trust me. And up in Scotland, Rose Granger Weasley, brave, brilliant, occasionally reckless Rose, was writing another letter to her little brother, describing the Gryffindor common room in detail, but also mentioning the Hufflepuff students who'd helped her when she was lost, the Ravenclaw who'd explained a difficult charms concept, the Slytherin who'd shared notes in history of magic, telling him, without quite saying it directly, that all the houses had good people, that where you were sorted mattered less than who you chose to be, that he'd be fine wherever he ended up, because he was Hugo, and Hugo was exactly enough. Christmas Eve at the cottage was soft with snow and firelight. Outside, the garden lay buried under white, icicles hanging from the eaves like crystal decorations. Inside, the tree sparkled with enchanted lights, Hermione's handiwork, and the smell of cinnamon and pine filled the air. Ron sat in his favorite armchair, tea cooling on the side table, watching the scene before him with something that felt dangerously close to contentment. Rose was home. 3 months at Hogwarts had changed her in small ways, more confident in her movements, quicker with her wand, full of stories about people and places Ron remembered from his own school days. She'd arrived that morning via the Hogwarts Express, bursting through the door with her trunk and Sparkle's cage and enough energy to power the entire cottage. Now she sat cross-legged on the floor by the tree, still in her traveling clothes, demonstrating a transfiguration technique to Hugo. Her wand movements were precise, practiced, clearly something a 7th year had taught her. See, you flick here, then swish, then tap twice. Rose transformed a button into a beetle with casual ease. Professor McGonagall says I have a natural aptitude for transfiguration. That's brilliant, Hugo said, watching closely. He was sprawled on his stomach, chin propped on his hands, completely focused. At 9 now, he'd grown taller, but was still slight, still careful, still Hugo. Your turn. Try it. Hugo sat up, pulling out his practice wand. Ron watched his son's face, the flicker of anxiety, quickly suppressed. Hugo had been practicing more lately, especially since Rose had left for school. His lumos was noticeably brighter now, his levitation charm more stable. but transfiguration was advanced magic, beyond what most 9-year-olds attempted. Hugo positioned his wand over a button, mimicking Rose's movements. Flick, swish, tap, tap. Exactly. Hugo cast the spell. The button wobbled, shifted slightly, began to develop what might have been a leg, then snapped back to being a button. Almost, Rose encouraged. You nearly had it. Try again. It's okay. Hugo set down his wand, smiling, but Ron could see the disappointment. I'm not ready for transfiguration yet. You will be. It just takes practice. When I first tried, Rose, let him breathe. Ron interjected gently. He's got time. Rose looked between her father and brother, then nodded. Sorry. I get carried away. Hogwarts is just so brilliant, and I want to share everything. I know, Hugo said quickly. It's okay. I like hearing about it. And he did, Ron could tell. Hugo hung on every word of Rose's stories, about the moving staircases, about nearly headless Nick, about Peeves and the library and the secret passages. But there was something bittersweet in his attention, a longing mixed with apprehension. Tell me about your friends, Hugo said, changing the subject smoothly. The ones you mentioned in your letters. Rose launched into descriptions of her doormates, of Albus and his dry humour, of the Ravenclaw girl Mira who'd become her study partner. As she talked, Hugo relaxed, asking questions, laughing at the funny bits. They looked so natural together. Older sister and younger brother. Different, but connected. Ron felt Hermione's hand on his shoulder. She'd appeared behind his chair, still wearing her apron from the kitchen, where she'd been preparing Christmas dinner. They're good, she murmured, for his ears only. Yeah, Ron agreed quietly. They are. Rose is being careful with him. Have you noticed? She's excited about Hogwarts, but she's not rubbing it in. She's trying to make him feel included. Ron had noticed. Rose was being sensitive in a way that surprised him, tempering her enthusiasm, asking about Hugo's life, making space for him in conversations. Growing up, maybe. Learning empathy. Hugo's anxious, though, Hermione continued. I can see it. About his own sorting, about measuring up. I know. We'll handle it. Ron reached up, squeezing her hand. He's getting better, stronger. He'll be ready when his time comes. They stood there, watching their children, Rose still talking, Hugo still listening, both of them completely comfortable with each other despite 3 months apart. The fire crackled, the tree lights sparkled. Outside, snow continued to fall in lazy spirals. This, Ron thought, this is what I fought for. Not the glory or the recognition. This, family, safe and whole, at Christmas. Later that night, after the excitement had settled and Hermione had convinced Rose to unpack her trunk properly, Ron went upstairs to check on the children. Rose's room first. She was already in bed, though her eyes were bright with lingering adrenaline. Dad, she called softly as he paused in her doorway. Yeah, Rosie. Is Hugo okay? He seemed, I don't know, quiet. Ron entered, sitting on the edge of her bed. He's fine, just processing. You being at Hogwarts, it's been an adjustment for him. Because he's worried about going? Partly. Also because he misses you. Ron studied his daughter's face, so young still, but maturing. You've been good with him today. Sensitive, I noticed. Rose picked at her blanket. Mira, my friend from Ravenclaw. She has a younger brother who's really anxious about magic. She says the best thing she can do is make Hogwarts seem less scary. So I've been trying to do that with Hugo. That's thoughtful of you. I don't want him to be terrified like I was on the train. I mean, I didn't show it, but I was so scared, Dad. Scared I'd be sorted wrong, scared I'd fail, scared I wouldn't make friends. Rose looked up at him. But it was fine, better than fine, and I want Hugo to know that. Ron felt his chest tighten with pride. You're a good sister, Rose. I'm trying. He's my brother. I love him. She said it simply, like it was obvious. Even when he's annoying or too careful or won't try things, I love him. He knows. And it matters more than you realize. Ron kissed her forehead, said goodnight, and moved down the hall to Hugo's room. His son was still awake, sitting up in bed with his notebook, the one George had given him years ago at the joke shop. It was nearly full now, pages covered in drawings and notes and ideas. Hugo had been filling it steadily, documenting every small magical success, every new spell attempted, every product idea that occurred to him. Shouldn't you be asleep? Ron asked, leaning against the doorframe. Couldn't sleep. Too much in my head. Hugo set the notebook aside. Rose is really happy at Hogwarts. She is. She's good at everything. Transfiguration, charms, even potions, which you said was hard. Ron crossed the room, sitting on Hugo's bed. She's doing well, yeah. She's also working very hard. Those marks don't come easy, even for Rose. But they come. Hugo pulled his knees up. Dad, can I ask you something? Always. What if I get to Hogwarts and I'm not good at anything? What if I try really hard and I'm still just average? Ron looked at his son, 9 years old, carrying the weight of the future on his shoulders, terrified of being ordinary. He thought about his own fears at that age, about the crushing certainty that he'd never be special. Hugo, can I tell you what I wish someone had told me when I was your age? Hugo nodded. Average is fine. Average is actually pretty great when you think about it. Most people are average at most things. Your mum is brilliant at academics, but average at flying. I'm decent at chess, but average at potions. Uncle Harry is extraordinary at defense against the dark arts, but thoroughly average at history of magic. But you're all famous. You saved the world. We got lucky. We were in the right place at the right time with the right people. And yeah, we did some brave things. But most of our lives, most of everyone's lives, are just regular. Going to work, making dinner, reading books, spending time with family. Ron touched Hugo's notebook gently. This, the everyday stuff, this is what actually matters. It doesn't feel like it matters when everyone's talking about Rose's marks and her transfiguration skills and how proud they are. We're proud of you too, Hugo, every single day. For what? For finally getting my Lumos to work properly? For managing a basic levitation charm? For trying? For persisting? For being kind to that stray Kneasel even, though it scratches? For writing letters to your sister every week? For helping your mum in the garden? For being you? Ron's voice was firm. Those things matter, Hugo. They matter more than grades or house points or magical prowess. Hugo was quiet for a moment. Then, I think I want to be Hufflepuff. The statement hung in the air, confession and hope mixed together. Yeah? Ron kept his voice neutral, curious rather than judgmental. They're the loyal ones, the ones who work hard and help their friends and don't need to be the best at everything. Hugo looked up at Ron. Is it okay if I want that? Instead of wanting to be Gryffindor like everyone else? Ron felt something crack open in his chest. Pride and relief, and a fierce protectiveness. Hugo, it's more than okay. It's perfect. Really? Really? You know what Hufflepuffs are? They're the backbone of the wizarding world. The people who show up, who do the work, who take care of others. That's not less than being brave or clever or ambitious. It's different, and it's valuable. Nana's going to be disappointed. Nana will get over it. Ron pulled Hugo into a hug. And if she doesn't, I'll handle her. Your job is to be yourself, not to manage everyone else's expectations. Hugo hugged him back, tight and trusting. Thanks, Dad. Any time, little man. Any time. Christmas morning arrived with the chaos of presents and breakfast and family. They'd be going to the Burrow for dinner, the whole Weasley clan, all the cousins, the usual controlled chaos. But the morning was just the four of them, quiet and perfect in the cottage. Ron found himself standing in the kitchen doorway around midday, watching again. This time, Rose and Hugo were at the kitchen table together. Rose had gotten Hugo a book about magical theory for Christmas, something she'd found in the Hogwarts library and thought he'd like. Hugo had given Rose a charm he'd made himself, a tiny silver quill that never ran out of ink. They were examining Hugo's color-changing charm now, something he'd finally mastered after months of practice. The spell made tea change colors based on mood, just like Uncle George's prototype. Hugo had added his own modification. The colors were softer, more subtle, less jarring. This is brilliant, Hugo, Rose was saying, her tea turning a pleased pink. Way better than the stuff in George's shop. This is actually useful. You think so? Hugo's face lit up. I've been working on it for ages, trying to make it gentle enough that it wouldn't be overwhelming but clear enough to actually communicate something. You should show Uncle George. He'd love this. They bent over the teacups together, discussing modifications and possibilities, completely absorbed. Ron watched his children, different in so many ways, but genuinely connected. Rose with her confidence and quick magic, Hugo with his careful precision and thoughtful approach. Both of them brilliant in their own ways. They're going to be fine, Hermione said softly, appearing beside him with her own cup of tea. It was gold, happy and content. Yeah, Ron agreed. They really are. You did this, you know. Gave them what you never had, the certainty that they're enough exactly as they are. Ron thought about that, about the scared 11-year-old he'd been, stepping onto the Hogwarts Express behind 5 perfect Weasley boys, about the insecure teenager who'd nearly walked away from everything that mattered, about the young man who'd slowly, painfully learned that he was enough. We did it together, he corrected, putting his arm around Hermione. You and me. We broke the cycle. Most of the time. Hermione smiled up at him. We still mess up, still worry too much or not enough, still make mistakes. But we show up, we try, we tell them they're loved no matter what. Ron looked at his children again, Rose laughing at something Hugo said. Hugo's face open and unguarded in a way it hadn't been this morning. That has to count for something. It counts for everything. They stood there together, watching their children exist in the space they'd created, safe, loved, allowed to be themselves. It wasn't perfect. Rose would still struggle with expectations, with being Hermione Granger's daughter. Hugo would still wrestle with anxiety, with feeling less than his brilliant sister. But they'd be okay, because they had what Ron hadn't. Parents who understood, who'd walked similar paths, who could say from experience that different didn't mean less, and ordinary was actually extraordinary when you looked at it right. "Time to get ready for the Burrow," Hermione said eventually. "Your mother will be waiting." Ron groaned. "She's going to ask about Rose's marks. She always does. And she'll probably comment on Hugo being thin again. Also traditional. And Percy will have opinions about everything." "Ron." Hermione turned to face him, eyes sparkling with amusement. "It's Christmas. It's family. It's chaos. But it's our chaos, and we handle it together. When did you become so wise?" "I married you, didn't I? That required significant wisdom." Ron laughed, pulling her close. Over her shoulder, he could see Rose and Hugo still at the table, still talking, still being themselves. His children, his family, his whole world, contained in a small cottage on a snowy Christmas day. They'd go to the Burrow. Molly would fuss. George would give inappropriate presents. The cousins would run wild. It would be loud and overwhelming and perfect. And through it all, Ron would watch his children navigate the chaos, learning to be themselves in the midst of family expectations and generational patterns. Rose would be fine, confident, brilliant, increasingly aware of her own worth beyond her parents' achievements. Hugo would be fine too, quieter, more careful, but learning that gentle magic mattered just as much as flashy spells. And Ron, the scared, sick son who'd grown into a father who understood fear and inadequacy and the long journey to self-acceptance, he was fine too. Better than fine. He'd turned all his old wounds into empathy, all his failures into lessons, all his insecurities into understanding. He'd given his children the certainty that had taken him decades to find, that they were enough, exactly as they were. No modifications required. Not perfect, not without struggles or doubts or difficult days ahead, but enough. Always, always enough. "Come on then," Ron said, squeezing Hermione once more before releasing her. "Let's tell the kids it's time to go, and maybe warn Hugo that Nana's going to try to pile his plate with enough food to feed a Hungarian horntail." "You're a good father, Ron Weasley." "I'm trying to be." "No," Hermione said firmly. "You are. You absolutely are." And in that moment, standing in his kitchen doorway on Christmas morning, with his wife beside him and his children laughing in the next room, and his whole imperfect, beautiful life spread out before him, Ron finally, completely believed it. He was enough, and so were they, all of them exactly as they were. The man he'd become, the father, the husband, the person who showed up despite his fears, was exactly who he'd needed to be all along. Not perfect, just present. And that, it turned out, was everything.